Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have your attention in the barns, we're about 2 minutes away from starting our show. So if we could start heading up to the marshalling area, that'd be great. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to roll here this morning at the Stockade Roundup. Our first show today will be our all breeds percentage show. We'll be beginning with heifer calves. Uh, these heifers were born from January the 22nd to January the 4th of 2025. I'd like to introduce our judge for today. It's Stephen Cholik. Stephen was born and raised on a family farm near Lamont, Alberta. He remains actively involved in the purebred cattle business with his wife Deb and parents Frank and Ellie. Circle C Charolais celebrated 50 years in the purebred Charolais business in 2020. Circle C markets its bulls and females privately off the farm each year and consigns to a few select sales every fall. Stephen was the president of the Alberta Charolais Association for 10 years and helped build the Charolais brand in Canada, along with the board and his wife. Stephen was actively involved in 4-H growing up and still judges many 4-H shows across Alberta. He was second overall in the 1994 Alberta 4-H provincial judging competition growing up and was top beef and sheep judge. Stephen competed for many years at Bashaw at the Western Canadian Team Judging Competition and won the overall title in 1994. Stephen went to the University of Alberta and possesses a degree in agriculture and animal science. While there, he helped start the University of Alberta Intercollegiate Judging Club and went to the Canadian National Intercollegiate Judging Finals held annually at the University of Guelph and was top beef judge in 1996. Since then, he has judged beef and jackpot shows at Farm Fair International, Camrose Bull Congress, and other shows across the province. So I'd like to welcome Stephen here for our judge today. We'll now have comments from Stephen on his first class.
Technology is great when it works. Just like to thank Lloydminster before I get started here for inviting me to appraise these cattle today. Certainly is an honor and pleasure to be here. Start the heifer calves off with two bold Simmental heifers, probably. Heifers that got some dimension. Boy, you get behind these two heifers on first and second. There's not a lot to choose from here. Heifers with got some width, got some top in them. Really like the way they move and the way they stride. Heifers that I think are just, kind of come to the top of this class easily. Got that boldness, that sharpness, that correctness. They really catch your eye when they walk in the ring, and got to really appreciate both of them for what they are. If you're gonna change maybe the second place heifer, you just maybe like to change your back wheels just a touch to compete with that first place heifer, but that's a very close placing. Heifer in third follows the type of those top two heifers. A nice hairy heifer, maybe just doesn't have that overall performance and dynamic that the heifers do. Is this cutting out lots? It's kind of, yeah. Maybe I'll try not to move around so much. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, just a heifer that maybe gives up some of that performance. But you get up over her, she maybe breaks a little bit on that top, and you just maybe like to see her a little bit more boldness to compete with those top two heifers. But I think she's in the same ballpark. She's follows the type of those top two heifers very closely. The heifer in fourth, I do appreciate her. Just a nice, complete female. She moves out good. Everything's strong. When you get the power of these females, and there's not that much difference in age, I think that's the difference what we're looking for today. But a female that's compact and complete, and sometimes these heifers that sit in third, fourth holes turn out to be the best cows. The female beside her, it just gives up some of that top, some of that performance. I'd like to see a little stronger on her back wheels today. Same with that heifer, as we move on down the line. Next to her, just heifers that just don't have that nice fluid stride and that motion that we'd like to see. But from top to bottom, 6 strong heifers, I think, and really solid class today.
Thank you, Stephen. So leading off our class and becoming our heifer calf champion is entry number 003. Tidy's Northern Debut 11N from Tidy Livestock. Second in class is entry number 007. Macintosh Bright and Shiny 535N from Macintosh Livestock. Third is entry number 002. Tidy's Birdie 20N from Ace High Angus. Fourth in class is 004. Peters Miss Plum Purdy 5N from Peters Simmentals. Fifth is 006. RPY Payne's Tanya 37N from Payne Livestock. Sixth is 007. JDH Saturday Night Special from Heidi Zorb. And rounding out the class is entry number 005. Tidy's Tweety 9N from Double Down Ranch. So we'll now move into our yearling class. We have one entry in this class, and she will automatically become our junior champion female. Well, I'll have some comments on this heifer.
Too bad there's only one heifer in this class. Nice, big, bold, powerful heifer. I think follows the same type as those heifer calves I picked at the top of this last class. A female with a lot of Springer rib in her. She moves out wood. You get behind her, female that's got some capacity and some depth and volume. Definitely could stand some competition out here, but she's the one here and can't take anything away from her. So really nice T placement coming, and it's going to make a really nice cow and really competitive heifer.
So coming out of this class is entry number 12, Perros Marlowe 33M from Peter Sementals. So now we'll be moving into our champion female class. Our 2 heifer calves will be returning to the ring. So returning from our heifer calf class is entry number 003, Tidy's Northern Debut, 11N from Tidy Livestock, and entry number 007, Macintosh, Bright and Shiny, 535N from Macintosh Livestock. And our yearling heifer, entry number 12, Perros Marlowe, 33M from Peter Sementals. Our champion female goes to our yearling heifer, entry number 12, Perros Marlowe, 33M from Peter Sementals, and our reserve goes to the heifer calf champion, 003, Tidy's Northern Debut, 11N from Tidy Livestock. So that's your grand and reserve grand champion females in the All Other Breeds percentage show, all breeds percentage show. We'll just have a short break here while we take champion pictures.
Hi, it's Corey at Paradise Hill Ranch in Weston Weir. We invite you down to Stockade Roundup to check out all the great items we are bringing in. From show supplies to clothing to feed, we will get you and your animals looking great this week. Plus, shop early for some Christmas gifts. We are excited to present the Supreme Champion Female and Bull with $1,000 gift cards to our store. We can't wait to see you.
We will now move into our bull classes. Their bull class in our all breeds percentage show. We have a single entry, and he will automatically become our champion, all breeds percentage show champion.
Let's move into the bull calves again. Just a single entry in this class, but a powerful individual. You get him behind this calf. He's got some top and some thickness. He's a January calf, and you could change a few things about him, but he's here all by himself and acting a little bit silly here too, which isn't his fault. But a big top calf, a calf that's got some middle, got some performance in him, got pretty decent smooth shoulder in him. Clean calf up front, up through his head, neck, and the skull, and a very unique individual. I think a good performance-based calf that's probably going to have a pretty good future in front of him. Congratulations.
So our champion bull in our all breeds percentage show goes to entry number 18, Tidy's Warden, 303D 23N from Tidy Livestock. We'll grab a quick picture of him, and then we will be moving into our all other breeds show.
Test, test. Is that still cutting? Test, test. Sounds better now. Yeah. Hello, hello. Test, test, test. Still cutting? Yeah, cut there. Hello, hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. We're clear now? We're good? DLMS, good?
We're all ready to roll into our All Other Breeds show here. So our first class will be yearling heifers. We have a single entry in this class. She will automatically become our junior champion bred heifer. We'll have some comments on our yearling heifer.
Again, a heifer that doesn't have any competition, but these all breed deals are kind of unique and interesting to judge, just because you got lots of different types of cattle, right? So, got a Highland heifer here that I think for an April heifer, she's got some length, she's got some size. There's the hair is incredible, of course, as most of them are. But you look past that hair, there's a heifer there underneath there too. She's got nice long stride on her. She's feminine through that front end, through that shoulder, through that hip. A heifer that probably could stand some competition, and probably, for breed type and breed character, I think a heifer that's very representative of the breed. Congratulations.
So our junior champion female in our All of the Breed show goes entry number 24. Galaxy the second of Anderson Ridge, shown by Heather Jensen. We'll now move into our first split of heifer calves in our All of the Breed show, and we have a single entry in this class.
And they're making it easy on me on these classes. You got to appreciate this heifer. Get up over her top. Just an end of a February heifer. So heifer that's got some top, got some capacity. I think she follows the same type as what we picked there in the percentage show just not that long ago. Heifer that's good on the move, and yeah, she's just maybe not setting up here nicely today, but that's just because she's the only one in the ring. But a heifer that can probably stand some competition too. So it's got some performance, got some volume, can move. I think that heifer has a pretty good future ahead of her.
So becoming our intermediate heifer calf champion is entry number 50, RPY Payne's Gretchen, 63N from Rocky Payne. We'll now move into our January heifer calves, and we'll have 2 entries in this class.
good set of females in this class today. We're going to start the class off with the heifer that came in first. Really solid individual. Boy, nice on profile, long, sharp, sided female. Really clean up through that head, neck, and shoulder, up through her skull. Real feminine, easy moving female. I think really wins this class quite easily, and a female that can probably take quite a bit of competition. I really like that heifer in the front. The heifer that follows her is a heifer, same sort of type, maybe a touch longer bodied. On the move, she's just not moving as freely as I'd like to see her today. She's just a little hunched. I think she might be just scared, maybe just a little bit of nerves or something. She's just not breaking as freely through that stride as that first place heifer. But a heifer that, you get over her top and up over her hooks to her pins and the structure. Everything looks good. The feet look good. I just don't like the way she's moving today. But two really solid heifers in this class.
So coming out of our class and becoming our senior heifer calf champion is entry number 56. RPY Payne's Tiana, 21N ET, shown by Rocky Payne and Cornerstone Cattle Company. Second in class is entry number 58. RPY Payne's Bell, 6N ET, shown by Rocky Payne and Pinnacle View Livestock. And we will now be moving into our Grand Champion female class in our All Other Breeds show. So returning to the ring, our intermediate heifer calf champion, entry number 50, RPY Payne's Gretchen, 63N from Rocky Payne. Then we have our senior and reserve senior heifer calf champions, entry number 56, RPY Payne's Tiana, 21N ET from Rocky Payne and Cornerstone Cattle Company. And entry number 58, RPY Payne's Bell, 6N ET from Rocky Payne and Pinnacle View Livestock. And our yearling heifer, entry number 24, Galaxy, second of Anderson Ridge, shown by Heather Jansen. So our grand champion goes to our senior champion heifer calf, entry number 56, RPY Payne's Tiana, 21N ET, shown by Rocky Payne and Cornerstone Cattle Company. And our reserve goes to our intermediate heifer calf champion, entry number 50, RPY Payne's Gretchen, 63N, shown by Rocky Payne. And we're just going to move right into our bull classes in our All Other Breeds show. So our first class, we have two bull cows coming in. They were born from February the 1st to February the 6th of 2025. We'll now have some comments from Stephen.
This is where you get the real different types of, individuals when you start comparing breeds. But we're going to start off with the black calf top. Calf's got a lot of spine, which sure strides out nice, and he's real solid up through that front end, through that shoulder. A calf that is just for a February calf has got enough to testicular development. Lots of length of spine, lots of capacity. Really like the rib structure and then the length of body of that calf. I think he wins the class quite easily. Little guy here in second place, solid little calf too. Just maybe gives up some of that performance and some of that capacity. But you got to remember it's a different breed too. So a calf that's made very nice. He's solid on his feet. Got amazing hair. Maybe you like to just see a little stronger top on him. Just he breaks a little bit back of that front shoulder, but he's a very unique individual as well, and very, very representative of the breed, and a strong representative in second place here today. So congratulations.
So first in class and becoming our intermediate bull calf champion is empty number 69, RPY Payne's Mechanic 47NET, shown by Rocky Payne. And second in class and becoming our reserve intermediate calf champion is empty number 70, Double H Nashville, shown by Heather Jensen. We'll now have our January bull calf come into the ring. We have a single entry in this class. Now some comments from Stephen.
Another solid bull here in this class of 1, but bull that, you get behind him, boy, he's got a nice hip in him. He's got that limo top in him, and like smooth up through his shoulders, up through his front, through his head, neck. Bull that, just maybe just isn't tracking out on the one back leg, probably just slipped or something. I don't think it's anything structural or anything like that, but a very smooth made bull, very correct made bull, but yet a bull that you get behind. He's got some power and some performance and some capacity. So got to appreciate that of a worthy champion today.
So becoming our senior bull calf champion is entry number 77, RPY Payne's High Interest 4N, shown by Rocky Payne. We'll now have our 2 intermediate bull calves returning to the ring for our grand champion bull class. So returning, we have our intermediate champion bull, entry number 69, RPY Payne's Mechanic 47N ET, shown by Rocky Payne, and a reserve intermediate, entry number 70, Double H Nashville, shown by Heather Jensen. And our senior champion bull calf is entry number 77, RPY Payne's High Interest 4N, shown by Rocky Payne. Our ground champion bull goes to our intermediate champion, entry number 69, RPY Payne's Mechanic 47N ET, from Rocky Payne. And our reserve goes to our senior champion bull calf, entry number 77, RPY Payne's High Interest 4N, also shown by Rocky Payne. So we'll move right along into our group classes now. So first off, we have our breeder's herd with a single entry. From Payne Livestock.
Definitely a worthy champion in this class. I mean, got all your champions in this class too. So from top to bottom, a breeder that definitely is exceptional in the breed and the breed characteristics that these animals out here are exemplifying. Yeah, you just get in behind them. Calves that got some top and middle in them and a lot of functionality. So congratulations, really strong set of calves.
So our champion breeder's herd goes to Rocky Payne, Payne Livestock. We'll now go to our get of sire. Also have a single entry in this class.
Again, just to take the red guy out and the black calves that are left, all out of the same sire doesn't surprise me. You can see the type and the characteristics and what the herd sire is throwing into these calves. So tremendous group of calves. Congratulations.
So the get of sire also goes to Rocky Payne with Payne Livestock. And now we'll move into our pair of bulls class. We also have a single entry.
Pair of bulls. Two solid individuals. There's the reserve champion bulls. So I think we commented enough of them in their respective class. So congratulations, two solid bull calves to win this class today.
So our pair of bulls also goes to Rocky Pain with Pain Livestock. So that concludes our All Other Breeds show. We will get some pictures taken of our All Other Breeds champions, and then at 11:30 we will be moving into our Speckle Park show. Well, we're ready to roll into our Speckle Park show. Our first class will be senior bred heifers. So these heifers are born from February the 4th to January the 3rd of 2024. We should have 5 in the class. There is 1 scratch. You can scratch entry number 118. I'd like to introduce our judge for our Speckle Park show, Mr. Stephen Cholick. Stephen was born and raised on a family farm near Lamont, Alberta. He remains actively involved in the purebred cattle business with his wife, Deb, and his parents, Frank and Ellie. Circle C Charolais celebrated 50 years in the purebred Charolais business in 2020. Circle C markets its bulls and females privately off the farm each year and consigns to a few select sales every fall. Stephen is the president of the Alberta Charolais Association for 10 years and helped build the Charolais brand in Canada along with the board and his wife. Stephen was actively involved in 4-H growing up and still judges many 4-H shows across Alberta. He was second overall in the 1994 Alberta 4-H Provincial Judging Competition growing up and was top beef and sheep judge. Stephen competed for many years at Bashaw at the Western Canadian Team Judging Competition and won the overall title in 1994. Stephen went to the University of Alberta and possesses a degree in agriculture and in animal science. While there, he helped start the University of Alberta Intercollegiate Judging Club and went to the Canadian National Intercollegiate Judging Finals held annually at the University of Guelph and was top beef judge in 1996. Since then, he has judged breed and jackpot shows at Farm Fair International, Camrose Bull Congress, and other shows across the province. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors that make the show possible at this time. Paradise Hill Ranch and Western Wear, Norheim Ranching, Coca-Cola, DLMS, the Lloydminster Animal Hospital, Covers and Company, Westlake Energy, Canadian National, T-Bar One, Morrison Marketing Services, and the Synergy Credit Union. Thank you for being sponsors to make the show possible.
finally a class with some numbers. Boy, the Speckle Park breed, you got to appreciate where it's come from. You know, it wasn't long ago when I remember neighbor Gary Kiziak, you know, bringing kind of the first ones out to Farm Fair and them getting their own show, and how exciting that was for the breed and what they did. And, you know, can you, you know, you respect this breed and what they've come through, and the quality of the cattle that are in the ring today just kind of shows where this breed is going and what it's done. Start the class off with a real powerful heifer. She really gets out and moves. She profiles real nice. She's sweet through that front end and really but bold and in her structure. Really like the way she moves. The heifer that really catches your eye in your ring, and I think comes to this class quite easily. The heifer in second, another long-bodied, angular female, sharp. She profiles real nice. Got a nice stride on her. You know, maybe you'd like to change that teat size just a little bit, maybe make them a little smaller. That's maybe being picky. Just straighten her up just a little bit from her hooks to her pins to compete with that first heifer. But two heifers that really kind of, I think, case the breed and the type that we're looking for today. Heifer in third follows right along. I just maybe like to change her back wheel structure just a little bit. She's just not gliding out like these first two heifers are today. But a female that's compact and tight. She's nice through that shoulder. You know, she gets out on the move, and just that's where we got to falter, just on those back legs. So, you know, compact, useful, very useful kind of heifers. And it's kind of funny because there's the whiter two of the two, and I'm the Charlet guy, right? But as we move on the line, the fourth place heifer is a solid individual as well. You just get up over her top. Maybe she just gives up some of the width, some of that capacity to the heifers above her, but that's a very useful heifer in fourth. And the heifer in fifth just doesn't have the condition that some of these other heifers have in the class. But, you know, solid set of feet and legs under all of them. You know, I think they're all going to make cows, and everyone should be proud of what they did here today. Good representative of the breed in this class here.
Thank you, Stephen. So leading off our class and becoming our senior champion bred heifer is entry number 314, Ravensworth Lightning Lady 314M from Gary and Donna Birding. Second in class is entry number 119, Besview Jewel 1M from Travis Benhusen. Third in class is entry number 117, Dusty Acres Mandela 116M from Tracy Foster. Fourth in class is entry number 116, Carmark Mischance 102M from Carla Dukeshire. And fifth in class is entry number 320, Marblin Mila 2M from Alexa Moore. We'll now be moving into our cows born during 2022 or earlier with their calf inside. We have a single entry in this class.
Really nice mature cow here. I'm really impressed with the female herself, her udder type, her feet and legs, how she bends in through that shoulder up through her skull. I think you can paint this cow many different colors. Not that we don't like that she is. This cow will be competitive in any breed and any function. So really solid female. And the bull calf is just a late February calf, stout individual. Again, behind him, he's got some hip. Maybe isn't gliding out as much as you like to see him today. I'm not sure if that's just because first time to town and he's kind of learning the ropes, or I don't think there's anything structurally there that I see, but real stout individual. I think the cow's done a heck of a job, and I think this is a really strong pair.
So our senior champion female goes down to number 130, Willow Lane Classy Girl 7K with calf inside, Willow Lane Nobleman 19N, shown by Mackenzie Olson. Our next class will be our junior calf champion class, and we have a single entry in this class. She is a March heifer calf.
Put me on a leash now because the other mic was kind of interrupting there. So hopefully this is better. Good heifer calf here, solid heifer calf in the younger class. Get up over the top of this heifer. She's got some width. She moves out well. Stylish heifer, like the way she is up through her front shoulders and up through that skull. And I think this heifer's got a pretty solid future in front of her. So congratulations to the young exhibitor.
So our junior heifer calf champion goes down to number 138, MX Rose Dirty Dozen 56N, shown by Max Graham. Our next class will be our intermediate heifer calves, and we have a single entry in this class, born on the 1st of February.
Another single entry in the intermediate class, but boy, this is a real stout heifer. Catches your eye right when she walks in the ring, and just profiles and got that eye appeal and style just the minute you see her. Certainly a female I think could stand some competition. Too bad she doesn't have any out here, but I really, really admire this heifer calf, and I like a lot of things about her. Get up over that top, boy, stout and thick, but yet still has that feminine front end and smooth made and up to that skull and to that front shoulder. So I really like this heifer.
So our intermediate heifer calf champion goes to entry number 143, Carmark Next Chance Diva 105N from Carla Dukeshire. Our next class will be our January heifer calves. We have a single entry in this class as well, and she is born on the 14th of January.
It's just too bad that these heifers don't have any competition, but there's another heifer just like that heifer in that last class. Get behind her, stout individual, got that color pattern and that sharpness about her. She's angular and stylish, but yet still has some capacity and really sweet up through that front end, through that front shoulder, and made just nice. I think this is going to be a really good individual when she grows up, and congratulations.
So our senior heifer calf champion is entry number 149, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N from Gary and Donna Birding. We are now moving into our Grand Champion class in our Speckle Park show. So returning to the ring is our junior heifer calf champion, entry number 138, MX Rose Dirty Dazen 56N from Max Graham. Our intermediate heifer calf champion, 143, Carmark Next Chance Diva 105N from Carla Dukeshire. Our senior heifer calf champion, entry number 149, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N from Gary and Donna Birding. Our yearling champion, our senior champion bred heifer, entry number 314, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 314M from Gary and Donna Birding. And entry number 119 was our reserve, Besview Jewel 1M from Travis Bishausen. And our senior champion female was entry number 130, Willow Lane Classy Girl 7K with cap and side, Willow Lane Nobleman 19N from Mackenzie Olson. We'll have some comments before the selection of our champions.
I think we should give all these exhibitors a round of applause. I think there's a really solid group of Speckled Park females in the class here. So, just before I make my selection, the way that I've been taught to evaluate livestock and stuff is to look at the here and now, and you'll see that when I judge. So, when a female has a bull calf in front of her, she's already got that calf on their side. So. That just means that sometimes the bred heifers or the heifer calves, they'll just have to come back and they're going to have to prove to me that they're going to do it. So with that, I'll go select my champion, which you probably know who that's going to be now, but we'll make it official.
So our champion female goes to our senior champion female, entry number 130, Willow Lane Classy Girl 7K with cap at side. Willow Lane Nobleman 19N from Mackenzie Olson. And our reserve goes to entry number 149, our senior heifer calf champion, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N. From Gary and Donna Burning. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll have a short pause now while we take some pictures, and then we will move into our bull calf classes, or our bulls. I'd just like to mention that the Chase the Ace jackpot is going on tonight. They're having a draw for that. So if you're interested in buying tickets, just head up to the office and the girls get you all set up. Tickets are $10 a piece, 3 for $25, 8 for $50, or you can get 20 for $100. And tonight's jackpot is sitting at a little bit over $36,000. So if you're interested in getting in on the action, make sure to stop by the office and get your tickets for Chase the Ace. We're ready to resume with our Speckle Park show. We will be beginning with our junior bull calves. We have a single entry in this class, born on the 3rd of March.
Just a single entry in the junior bull calf class, a unique individual. Calf really blends into that shoulder nice. Going to be a real calving ease type bull, I think. Maybe you'd like to see a little more top on the calf, but I think he's probably bred to be more of a heifer type bull, but got some length of body, got some length of spine, gets out and moves pretty nice, so a pretty good representative of the breed here.
So becoming our junior bull calf champion is entry number 155, Prestige Nature Boy, 444N from Max Graham. Our next class will be our intermediate bull calves. We have 2 entries in this class, born on February the 22nd and February the 1st. Just had a little miscue there. We had one bull calf that belongs in the next class, so just give us a second to get that straightened around. Yes, entry number 161 was a scratch. So there's a single entry in this class.
It's the same little guy that was on the pair that just won the female show. So really solid individual. He's stout, stout made. He's compact. You know, I'd maybe like to see him stride out a little bit better on his back wheels, but that's being picky. I think it's just a matter of, you know, kind of first time to town and getting used to the place and stuff like that. So a unique individual. I think a stout made, compact individual. I think he's got a lot of usefulness in the breed. So good bull calf here.
So becoming our intermediate bull calf champion is entry number 137, Willow Lane Nobleman 19N, shown by Mackenzie Olson. We are now moving into our senior bull calf division in our Speckle Park show. These bulls were born from the 31st of January to the 5th of January of 2025, and we should have 5 in the class. We'll now have comments on our senior bull calves.
Nice, real nice representation of the breed here. Might be the Charlet in me, but guy in me, but you got to really appreciate that bull that's up on top of the class. He's a real big, powerful bull, but he's not just big. This is a very complete calf. You get behind this calf, you get over his top. This calf would probably, weigh right up there with a lot of the white and the other breed calves out there. Like this calf's a pretty unique individual, I think. Got some performance, but yet still smooth through that shoulder, up through that front end, and up through that head neck. This is a pretty outstanding calf that really jumps to the top of this class, I think, quite easily. The calf in second, I think, follows the type and the pattern. Maybe got a little more dimension and scale than some of those calves as we go down. Maybe doesn't pack the pounds up over his top, up through that quarter and up through that rib. But maybe you'd like to tighten up his sheath just a touch. But calf that I think complements that first place calf in type, probably the most in the class today. The solid black calf we'll use in third. A calf that I think there's not much you can fault about him. He really moves nice. He comes, out in the class. He catches your eye. Maybe doesn't have that performance base that those top two calves have above him today. The calf in fourth is a real attractive calf. He really profiles nice. He's pretty. You just maybe like to see a little more up over his top. I'd like to set down his tail head just a little bit, but really fancy type calf too. And I think those type of bulls, depending on your program, what you're looking for, they're going to work for you too. So lots of quality in here, right to the end of the line. Bull really could be a little higher in this class too, but maybe you like to change his C structure a little bit. That's being probably pretty picky, but a calf that's got some length aside, got some style, and really moves out freely too. So 5 really, really good calves in this class today.
So leading off our class and becoming our senior bull calf champion is empty number 170, Greenwood Coal Country 502N from Greenwood Livestock. Second in class and our reserve senior bull calf champion is empty number 167, Carmark Nashville 2N from Carlo Dukeshire. Third is empty number 169, Ravenworth Alliance 507N from Gary and Donna Birding. Fourth is 168, Ravenworth Style 308N from Gary and Donna Birding. And rounding out the class is empty number 136, Willow Lane North 40 7N from Mackenzie Olson. We will now be moving into our yearling bull class, and we have a single entry in this class, born on the 31st of January of 24.
solid yearling bull, single entry in the class here. Bull that certainly could use some competition. Solid individual, get up over his top. He's got a little bit of thickness. He's got some capacity, some depth. Really fancy in that front end and tight up through that front end. So, that's kind of a desirable trait for some individuals. But a calf that's going to, get out there and calf and he glides out extremely well. So really solid on those feet and legs. Really good representation of the breed.
So becoming our junior champion bull is entry number 177, PSP Major Storm Wall Street, 1M from Paula Kitto. Our next class will be our senior bull class, and we have a single entry in that class, and he was born on January the 13th of 2023.
Really solid, mature bull as a sole entry in this class. Just like the other bulls in this thing, you get up over the top of this calf. It's got lots of depth, lots of capacity, lots of width up over the top. It seems to move out on a pretty decent set of wheels. Maybe just like to tighten up his sheath just a touch. That would be my one criticism of the bull. But other than that, really well made, well put together individual.
So becoming our senior champion bull is entry number 183, RH5E Silvertip 302L from Corey Dukeshire. So now we will be moving into our Grand Champion Speckle Park class. I'd like to thank MX Ranch for their sponsorship. And I missed the champion female. Travelodge, Lloydminster, and Nelson Lumber were our sponsors for our champion females. So returning from our junior bull calf class is entry number 155, Prestige Nature Boy 144N from Max Graham. Our intermediate bull calf champion was entry number 137, Willow Lane Nobleman 19N from Mackenzie Olson. Our senior bull calf champion was entry number 170, Greenwood Coal Country 502N from Greenwood Livestock. Our reserve senior bull calf champion was entry number 167, Carmark Nashville 2N from Carla Dukeshire. Our junior champion bull was entry number 177, PSP Major Storm Wall Street 1M from Paula Kittle. And our senior champion bull was entry number 183, RH5E Silvertip 302L from Corey Dukeshire. So our grand champion goes to our senior bull calf champion, entry number 170, Greenwood Coal Country 502N, shown by Greenwood Livestock. And our reserve out of the same division goes to entry number 167, Carmark Nashville 2N, shown by Carla Dukeshire. We'll move right into our group classes before we take our pictures of our champion bulls. So if the exhibitors could be ready to roll with that. So our first class will be our breeders herd. We have a single entry in that class, and that would be Ravenworth Cattle, Gary and Donna Birding.
Real impressive breeders herd here. I think let's give this breeder a round of applause. Real quality individuals from top to bottom. You know, Bred Heifer was the champion. Heifer calf was in there, so bull calves were competitive. I think a real solid representation of the breed, and they should be very proud of what they exhibited today. Congratulations.
So that's our breeders herd, and that goes to Ravenworth Cattle, Gary and Donna Birding. We'll now do our get of sire, and Ravenworth also has a single entry in that.
Bull really stamps them, and I think you can see the quality like we had just mentioned before. So, you know, not surprising, just like in the limos there, in the last class, you know, you can really see the quality of the herd sires being utilized in the operation. So congratulations, real nice set of individuals.
So that's the get a sire for Ravenworth, and now we'll do the pair of bulls, and we also have a single entry in that, also Ravenworth Cattle.
I had them grouped together in the bull class just as well. So, you know, bulls that are really stamped and really attractive in their lines. That's what I certainly the calf on the left, on my left, you a really attractive made calf, and the, the calf that doesn't have the white color. I mean, that's kind of a unique thing for some of the speckled parks too, to maybe, where the people, if they're seeing a little bit of discounting or something because of those speckles, being able to use the solid black one too. So two useful individuals, I think, have a pretty good future in the speckled park breed in front of them.
Thank you, Stephen. So our pair of bulls also goes to Ravenworth Cattle. That concludes our Speckled Park show for today. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for our Saskatchewan Junior Angus Gold Show. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Well, good afternoon. We are ready to start our Saskatchewan Junior Angus Gold Show. And I'm very happy that we have Kirk Wildman as our judge today. I will get around to him in a minute. First class we have in today is our open class, our open division. Our open division is sponsored by Wagner Angus, and we'll have 2 classes of heifer calves in this class. So the first class will have 5 entries in it, born from February the 24th to January the 29th. Our judge today is Kirk Wildman. Kirk, along with his wife Jill and their kids Thomas, Reese, and Ryder, own and operate Tilwell Cattle Company up there at Sangudo, Alberta. Their family is one of the pioneer breeders in the red Angus industry and have been like top of the deal for a long time. They currently run about 250 purebred red and black Angus females in their cow herd. This year they will be having their 47th annual bull sale. It's the 3rd Saturday in March, held at the ranch. Toll also sells female. We'll have female selling at the Red Roundup in December. So we're very happy to have Kirk here with us today. And also helping Kirk today in the ring is Tanner Lowe. He's the president of our Saskatchewan Junior Angus Association. So we're glad to have Tanner along helping today. I'd just like to remind the exhibitors that showmanship is being judged throughout the entire show today. So when the show's over, we'd like to have all the exhibitors return to the ring, and the winners will be announced for our showmanship. We'll now have comments in our first class.
Okay, I apologize. I get set up the ring a little backwards to start with, but I think we start with a heifer that I think's got the most cow power of the class. I just think the future in putting everything together right. When you want a female that's really straight over her top, really strong in her heart, she's got enough width in her through her chest and her front end to have enough power, and I certainly think she's big enough to stand up in this class. I think just the one that's got the most future as a cow prospect. Into second, this is sure a problem heifer of the class. She's certainly got the most performance, the most hip in the class. I'd like to just change her in her heart a little bit, maybe up through her front end, get her moving a little better today. It's always hard. I imagine it's her first time out, so she isn't walking as normal as some, but boy, you got to appreciate the power and the hair and the body depth in this heifer. Just doesn't quite as complete in her structure and her makeup as the top heifer. I think into the third heifer one we like a lot again. She's really long-bodied, nice over her top, very feminine. Maybe you deepen her up a little bit to go with the top two heifers, but a heifer that I think complements these three near at bottom here, but just has a little more cow look and body to her. The next heifer is the greenest heifer in the class. Certainly lots of length of body to her, lots of power and performance. Just like to deepen her up, maybe pull that skeleton out a little bit, give her a little more width between her front and her chest, and similar into the March heifer at the end. Really nice looking heifer, very feminine up through her front end. You'd like her to move a little better on her hind end to compete with the top end today, but a really strong class to start us out.
Thank you, Kirk. So leading off our class is entry number 4, Farburn Elba 9N, shown by Kirk Rutten. Second is entry number 2, Blair's Savannah 503N, shown by Casey Buchanan. Third is entry number 3, Farburn Blackbird 22N, shown by Charlotte Dendy. Fourth is entry number 5, Red Triple L Red Girl 6N, shown by Avery Borson. And fifth is entry number 1, Farburn Blackbird 103N, shown by Tristan Tover. We'll now move into our second split in our open division heifer calves. We should have 4 heifers in this class, born from January the 28th to January the 2nd. And just once again, a reminder that showmanship is being judged during the entire show. So be on your best behavior the whole time. And please come back to the ring at the conclusion of the show to find out who all the winners were. And here's Kirk with his comments.
Okay, I think we've got a tremendous class here, right from the top to the bottom. The two pair of black heifers, we gave them another walk. I think they're both tremendous heifers. Both got things that you really like about them and things you change a little bit about them. I think it came down to just when we got them moving. I think I prefer how the bigger heifer gets out and goes on her hind end. Probably a little more correct on that rear leg, and that changes the placings. The top heifer, very all kinds of performance, all kinds of stoutness to her. You really like the depth of flank and the depth of rib in her. Just a powerful performance heifer that's, like I said, just a touch more structurally correct probably than the second place heifer. Into the second place heifer, I probably prefer her look up through her front 1/3. She's really feminine, really cowy. She's definitely got all kinds of body to her too, a really close placing. I just think when we got him out on the move, she gets a little bit restricted in her movement on that hind leg. Probably just like to change the structure of that hind leg a little bit, but two outstanding heifers that I think really came to the top in a close pair. This red heifer, there's nothing to sneeze about. She's really long, she's stout enough. She just got into a juggernaut of a pair of heifers above her. I really like her femininity, how she gets out and goes. She just got a little more overpowered, maybe a little more depth of body in the top end heifers. Into the fourth heifer, once again, really long-bodied, really feminine. She just needs to be opened up a little more in her rib and her depth to compete with the top end. Maybe change that rear leg a little bit, but a really strong female as well. You sure appreciate the femininity and the look that she gives you.
Thanks, Kirk. So coming out of this class is entry number 9. Greenwood BFC Beauty 9N, shown by Delta Hippie. Second goes to entry number 7, Pine Island Tibby 3N, shown by JL Allen. Third is entry number 8, Red Deer Alta 9K Beeline 3N, shown by Sheldon Grabler. At fourth goes to entry number 6, Red Triple L Miss Flame 5N, shown by McKenna Lowe. We'll now be moving into our heifer calf class. So returning from split 1, we have entry number 4, Barbara and Elba 9N with Kirk Rutten, and entry number 2, Blair Savannah 503N with Casey Buchanan. And from the second split, we have entry number 9, Greenwood BFC Beauty 9N with Delta Hippie, and entry number 7, Pine Island Tibby 3N with JL Allen. And once again, we'd like to thank Wagner Angus for their sponsorship of this class. We'll have some comments from Kirk.
All right, I think for this championship class on this group, we'll go with the two heifers from the older class. I think two heifers that complement themselves very well. Both deep-bodied, powerful, got some look to them, and both very complete heifers, so they'll be your two champions.
So our champion heifer calf goes to entry number 9, Greenwood BFC Beauty 9N, shown by Delta Hippie, and our reserve heifer calf champion goes to entry number 7, Pine Island Tibby 3N, shown by JL Allen. And once again, thank you to Wagner Angus for their sponsorship. We're now moving into our yearling division in our open class in our junior show. This division is sponsored by CNI Ranching. We'll have 3 entries in this class, born from February the 6th to January the 14th of 2024. And once again, I'd just like to remind you that the showmanship is being judged all day, and at the conclusion of the show, we would like all the juniors to return to the ring, and we will give you the results of the showmanship, and we'll also be doing the judging cards here, I believe, right after the show. The marketing, if you're interested in that, it has to be done after the show today or before 11 o'clock tomorrow. And if you have got photos and literature, that has to be in today. And the team grooming will be tomorrow at noon in the barn by the wash rack. Now we'll have comments on our yearling heifer class.
So we get into this time of year, and I think the quality is incredible. This is a really good group of 3 heifers. We don't have a whole bunch of heifers in this class, but they're good right to the bottom end. Our 3rd place heifer could win a lot of shows. I think in this pair of black heifers, it comes down to, I think, the one that's the most complete in her makeup, the most structurally correct. You really like how she is in through her chest. Yes, she's got some weight on her, but she carries it quite a bit nicer than the second place heifer through her chest floor and up into her neck and head. I guess when we get into these shows, we're in the prediction business, right? And which one we think is going to make the top end cow. So I just think the completeness and the structural correctness on this first place heifer get her there. Into the second place heifer, the heifer that's got some more extreme parts to her. She's really extended. She's really deep bodied. I just like to change her hind leg a little bit to compete with the top heifer. I think she's got some pieces that are really exciting, just maybe not quite as complete a package as that first place heifer, but a really close placing. Into the third heifer here, it's too bad there are more out here because she's really good. She's nice through her lines, over her top. She's sure deep enough to make a really good cow. She just doesn't have those big time pieces that the two heifers do above her, but a really complete, structurally correct kind of a heifer. Just doesn't, she just got blown away a little bit today by a couple juggernaut heifer calves, or bred heifers.
Thank you, Kirk. So leading off our class and becoming our junior champion female in our open division is entry number 10, Farburn Blackbird 36M, shown by Jordan Fry. Second in class and our reserve junior champion female is entry number 11, Black Gold Miss Tibby 133M, shown by Lee Sholigan. And third in class goes to entry number 12, Red CS Selma 6M, shown by Sheldon Grabler. And we'd like to thank CNI Ranching for sponsoring our yearly division in our open class. We will now be moving into our 2-year-old cow-calf class, and we should have 2 entries in this class. Here's Kirk with some comments.
Hey, we got a nice pair of 2-year-olds here. I think what separates them the most is probably the strength of the bull calves. I think we've got a big, powerful calf here, really structurally correct, really like his hip, his length of the body, gets out there and goes, and just a really complete kind of a bull. Into the cows, we got some give and take. I like the up-headedness look of the black cow, the length of body. Really, she excels through her front end compared to the second place cow, but the second place cow, I maybe like her udder a little more. She blends into the belly there. The teeth size is a little nicer. Just a broody, really deep-bodied kind of a female. I just think the strength of the bull calf and the look on that cow puts them over the top and wins this class. Like I said, the red pair, I really like this cow. She's kind of one that we'd like to have 100 of back home. She's easy fleshing, obviously, really deep-bodied, nice udder on her, rod straight over her top, and just kind of a structurally correct, really nice female. The bull gives up a little bit structurally in his hind end, and when you compare him to the top place calf, and that's probably where we make the biggest discrepancy here. But she's sure doing a whale of a job. There's all kinds of growth in that calf as well, and length of body. But just with the black pair, I think a little more complete pair to win the class. But a good pair of 2-year-old females today.
So coming out first in class in our champion 2-year-old with calf inside is entry number 13, Barbara and Georgina, 99L, shown by Dylan Fry. And our reserve champion 2-year-old female is entry number 14, Red Dursta, Miss Sailor, 311L, shown by Logan Maffin. So congratulations. We'll now be moving into our senior cow-calf class, and we should have 2 entries in that. We would like to thank Anchorage Farms for sponsoring our senior cow-calves. We'll have comments on our mature cows.
I think we got a tremendous pair of cows here. This is a 4-year-old cow in the first spot and a 3-year-old cow into second. I think you got to get really nitpicky to separate on these two. We like the bull calf on both pairs. I think the cows are similar in their how feminine they are and how they're put together. Very deep bodied. The calf in the second place, a little younger, but he doesn't exhibit quite the masculinity and the stoutness of the calf ahead of him. But two really close pairs. I guess where I'm going to nitpick a little, I prefer the udder on the red cow. I think she's a little fuller in her forequarters than the cow behind her. They both get out and go good. You'd maybe change the rear leg structure on both cows, but I think they're very complete. They're very feminine, doing a whale of job on both their calves. So yeah, somebody's got to be first, but it's a little bit nitpicky, but I just prefer maybe the longevity in the red cow over the black cow, but two really good pairs.
So leading off our class and becoming our senior champion female is entry number 16, Red 6 Mile Miss Maverna, 667J from Karsten Grabler. And second in class in our reserve senior champion female is entry number 15, Fiber and Georgina, 125K, shown by Jordan Fry. And once again, thank you to Anchorage Farms for sponsoring that division. We will now be moving into our grand champion class in our open division of our junior show, and we would like to thank Justamere Farms for sponsoring this division. So coming back, our heifer calf champion is entry number 9, Greenwood BFC Beauty 9N, shown by Delta Hippie, and our reserve calf is entry number 7, Pine Island Tibby 3N, shown by JL Allen. Our yearling champion female is entry number 10, Fiber Blackbird 36M, shown by Jordan Fry, and our reserve is Black Gold Miss Tibby 133M, shown by Lee Sholigan. Our champion 2-year-old was entry number 13, Fiber Georgina 99L, shown by Dylan Fry, and our reserve was entry number 14, Red Dursta Miss Sailor 311L, shown by Logan Mathen. And our senior champion female was entry number 16, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J, shown by Karsten Grabler, and our reserve was entry number 15, Fiber and Georgina 125K, shown by Jordan Fry. And once again, thank you to Justamere Farms for sponsoring our overall grand champion class. Kirk will make some comments before selecting his champions.
All right, well, first of all, it's been a little quiet out here. I think we need a round of applause for the exhibitors on a great group of champions here. I think we started off with a pair of heifer calves that you appreciate for the power and bone in them, all kinds of hair and look, and they just are a very complete pair of heifers. Into our bred heifers, we've got one that full of cow power and look to her that I just predict is going to be a really great cow, and then in the reserve, a heifer that's got some pieces that wow you, really long, nice up through her front, extremely deep in her flank. And then we get into the pairs, strong 2-year-olds with strong bull calves on them. We got all 4 bull calves, which bull calves are always a little harder to show than a heifer calf. They tend to go through stages where they don't always look their best, but 4 really strong calves. I see the bull sales being very strong for all these juniors with these calves going forward. So I think very good group of females. We didn't have a lot today, but geez, the quality is strong, and I'll go out and slap a champion in reserve.
There you have our grand champion. It goes to our yearling division champion, entry number 10. Freiburg Blackbird 36M, shown by Jordan Fry. And our reserve is our heifer calf champion. Entry number 9, Greenwood BFC Beauty 9N, shown by Delta Hippie. So congratulations, juniors. And once again, I'd just like to remind you guys, at the conclusion of the show, please come back to the ring. We'll be announcing the winners of the showmanship, and then we'll go into the judging cards right after that. So make sure you come right back to the ring as soon as the junior show is concluded. And once again, thanks to Justamere Farms for sponsoring this division. We will now be moving into our owned division in our Saskatchewan Angus Junior Gold Show. We should have 4 heifers in this class for heifer calves, and they will be born from March the 29th to January the 9th. And here's Kirk with his comments.
All right, we're into the own division now on these heifer calves. This is the youngest heifer calf in the class. She's a March. I think she really fits the silhouette I'm looking for. Really nice bodied. She's deep enough flanked. Really got some spring of rib and heart to her. And you really like her up through her front end. Really complete kind of a heifer. She's fighting the halter a little bit today, but really I think she puts it all together into a very tidy package and a real future to her. Into second, we've got the performance heifer of the class. She's certainly got the most jam to her. Big-bodied. I just like to maybe give a little more angle to that front shoulder. She gets a little straight on that, and then it moves a little different. Then just a titch straight on the back end. It gets her tail head up a bit. But, boy, you got to appreciate the look she has to her front end. All the performance. She's an athlete for sure. And a really complete heifer as well. Into the bottom 2 heifers, you just change the leg structure on them a little bit. They're very attractive and long-bodied. A little greener heifers than the ones we've seen earlier, but I just, structurally just changed that back leg a touch, and I think they'd compete up into the top end today, but really complete class.
So leading off our class and becoming our heifer calf champion, sponsored by Caltrax Cattle Company, is entry number 17, Grills Rosebud 2539N, shown by Tessa Zorb. Second in class and becoming our reserve calf champion is entry number 18, Red Durstakiki 513N, shown by Logan Mathen. Third in class is entry number 20, Brooke Annie K 3N, shown by Luke Brook. And fourth goes entry number 19, Red Brook Priscilla 1N, shown by Logan Brook. We'll now move into our yearling heifer class. We have a single entry in this class, and I would like to thank Grassroots Ranch for sponsoring this division.
So we just got one here, but a really strong cow or bred heifer here. I think she's got cow written all over. You like the broodiness up of her head. She's got all kinds of jaw. She's structurally correct and big ribbed, you know, and you really like, because she's got some chest floor in her, she's also really good through her heart. That would maybe take a couple pounds off of her, but she's really complete. She's really cowy, and I think she's going to be a tremendous brood cow for this young lady in the future.
So our junior champion female in our own division is entry number 21, Red Sprucefield May JNF 10M, shown by Quinn Peterson. So we'll now have our two heifer calves return to the ring, and we will do our champion female in our owned class. And I'd like to thank Roy Mac Angus for being the sponsor of our overall champion and reserve champion female in our owned division. So our heifer calf champion returning to the ring is empty number 17, Grills Rosebud 2539N, shown by Tessa Zorb. And our reserve is entry number 19, Red Stakiki 513N, shown by Logan Mathen. And our yearling heifer returning is entry number 21, Red Sprucefield May JNF 10N, shown by Quinn Peterson. We'll have some comments before the selection of our champions.
So I've always had a soft spot for the own divisions in these junior shows. She wants to go for a run, but I think building herds and building young breeders is really a strong part. I know that's how we grew up with building our own herds. There's nothing better than the pride and ownership of getting a bred and owned one, and this is the first step of having one that you can show that's bred and owned and that's got your prefix on it. So I commend these juniors for doing this and their families for being a part of it as well. I think what we're going to do, we'll use the bred heifer. I think it's hard to deny this big broody female as your champion, and use the March heifer for reserve. But a really strong group of heifers. You guys should be very proud.
Thank you, Kirk. So becoming our grand champion female is entry number 21, Red Sprucefield May JNF 10M, shown by Quinn Peterson. And our reserve is our heifer calf champion, entry number 17, Grills Rosebud 2539N, shown by Tessa Zorb. And once again, we would like to thank Roy Mac Angus for sponsoring this division. We'll now move into our bull calf class in our junior show. We should have 4 bull calves in this class, born from March the 4th to February the 2nd of 2025. And we'd like to thank Eldon Cattle Investments for sponsoring this division. We do have 1 scratch in this class, so you can scratch entry number 25. Now we'll have comments on our first class of bull cows.
All right, I think we start off the bull show with a real juggernaut of a calf here. He's certainly the most powerful bull in the class, all kinds of masculinity, gets out and goes, and really structurally correct bull. Yeah, I think he just kind of blows away the rest of them here. I think this guy's really good. He's sure stout enough, and I think he's got the look to him and the presence of a herd bull and a very complete kind of a calf. Into second, we've got the March calf, so he gives up a little bit of age. Just maybe not the dimension and the muscle and the power of the calf ahead of him, but a very complete calf in his own right. He's really long, structurally correct, and a complete kind of a bull. Into third, a guy that he really didn't want to get out and go today for us. I think this is the kind of bull that makes money all day long. He's got all kinds of performance and length of body to him. Just maybe just not the hair and the stoutness and the look of the calves above him, but are really, this is what the commercial cow herds are made of. We need to add these pounds and length of body and strength to our cow herds, and he'll definitely do that for whichever herd he goes into next spring.
So leading off our class is entry number 23, SMW Jedediah 73N, shown by Sage Buchanan. Second in class is entry number 22, Vibrant Sandman 140N, shown by Jordan Fry. And third in class is entry number 24, Pine Island Game Night 12N, shown by Tuffy Allen. We'll now move into our second split of bull calves, and these bulls were born from January the 22nd to January the 1st of 2025. Once again, juniors, I'd just like to remind you that showmanship is being judged during the whole show. So at the conclusion of our show today, we would like you all to return to the ring, and we will give out the awards for our showmanship winners. Also, immediately following that, we will be doing our judging cards for confirmation right here in the ring. If you're doing any of the other marketing or photography, marketing has to be in after the show today or before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And if you're doing photos and literature, they need them there today. Team grooming, make sure you get entered for that. And it is at noon tomorrow in the barn by the wash rack. I'd like to just thank our marshalers for getting the cattle all here to the ring on time. Brendan Schechtel and Thomas Wildman, thanks for your work out back. And here's Kirk on his second split of bull calves.
So I apologize for taking a little longer on this class. I think we've got a lot of different kinds and types, and you just got to sort through where your priorities lie and what you can deal with and what you really appreciate. They weren't really wanting to get around, but that'll come as they get a little older and a little more shows under their belt. I think we start off with a calf that I think has just got the most overall muscle in the class. You get behind him, he's big topped, big hip on him, he carries it down into his leg and gets around probably and moves as good as any in the class. I think he's probably the most structurally correct calf in the class, all kinds of length to him and a really complete kind of a bull. Into second, I think we've got similar style and frame on this red calf. He's got all kinds of length of body. I just don't think he has quite the softness and the rib as the calf above him, but a really complete kind of calf as well. The third place bull is kind of my problem calf. You really like the muscle to him. You like the rib shape and the depth of body to him. He's very masculine. I just, for this agent, I'd like to have a little more testicle on him to compete with the top two bulls today. But really a neat prospect. He's got all kinds of look and muscle to him and a really complete kind of calf. We'd just like to see a little more sexual maturity. Into the fourth bull, once again, lots of muscle. He kind of complements the top two bull calves. I'd just like to change that back leg to get him up into the class a little higher today, but very muscular, complete kind of a bull. Similar into our next black calf here. He's got some muscle to him and really got some rib shape. Just structurally, you'd change him a little bit on his hind end. And into our bottom two calves here, we just like to soften them up a little bit, give them a little more rib and just give them a little more power and expansion into that, through that middle to compete in the top end today. But very complete class of bulls, and the exhibitors should be proud.
Thank you, Kirk. So leading off our class is entry number 29, Pine Island Rainfall 5N, shown by J.L. Allen. Second in class is entry number 30, Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N, shown by Karsten Grabler. Third in class is entry number 32, Brooke Nouveau 1N, shown by Luke Brook. Fourth in class is entry number 28, Fiber and Blackout 1N, shown by Dylan Fry. Fifth in class is entry number 26, Pine Island Game On 8N, shown by Olivia Ansley. Sixth in class is entry number 31, Red Dursta Slow Burn 955N, shown by Logan Mathen. And seventh goes to entry number 27, Red Brook Nate 16N, shown by Logan Brook. So we will now be moving into our bull calf champion class. And once again, we'd like to thank Eldon Cattle Investments for sponsoring this division. So returning out of the first class is entry number 23, SMW Jedediah 73N, shown by Sage Buchanan, and entry number 22, Fiber and Sandman 140N, shown by Jordan Fry. And out of our second split, we have entry number 29, Pine Island Rainfall 5N, shown by J.L. Allen, and entry number 30, Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N, shown by Karsten Grabler. And we'll have some comments before the selection of our champions.
Well, once again, I think we've got some real give and take in this class of the champion bull calves. We start out our younger class with a February calf that's got all kinds of masculine presence to him and style up through his front end. Just got that herd bull look to him that we all admire in a calf. And the second place calf follows in very similarly with him, just little, maybe just not as powerful in his hind end and in the makeup throughout his body shape, but a nice calf as well. Into the second class with the older bulls. Calf that you like the rib shape and the body depth to him and the muscle and a good scrotal development on this calf. He gets a little looser made maybe than our top calf, but a calf that's he's really got some go to him and I think is going to be a tremendous bull. Into the red calf, we really like the length of the body and the masculinity up through his crest, really tidy through his front end and built right. So with that, I think we'll go with the winner from the first class as our champion and the winner from the second class as a reserve.
So our champion bull calf goes to empty number 23, SMW Jedediah 73N, shown by Sage Buchanan. And our reserve goes to entry number 29, Pine Island Rainfall 5N, shown by JL Allen. And once again, we would like to thank Eldon Cal Investments for sponsoring this division. Now ready to move into our yearling bull class in our junior show here. We should have 2 entries in this class. And we'd like to thank 6 Mile Ranch for sponsoring this division. Also, I see him down here at the ring. Now, I'd like to introduce Gord Rogers over there. If you give a wave, Gord. Gord's our new Saskatchewan Angus ambassador. So if you have any questions and can pull him away from Randy Tetzlaff, I'm sure Gord would love to visit. Here's Kirk with some comments.
So once again, we've got an interesting class. There's just the two bulls out here, but there's things you really like about both of them. There's things you change about both of them. So there's some give and take, which happens in any breeding program and any time you're finding a bull. If you got a perfect one out there, you better give me a call because I haven't seen him yet. And so we go through and we figure out what we like best about some cattle and what we can live with and what we can't. I think the leadoff bull is definitely the longer-bodied bull, the more powerful bull in his frame. I think what makes the difference is how he gets out and goes. He just moves a little nicer, a little freer off that hind end, and a little truer as he goes forward on both his front and his back wheels. So he's certainly got lots of length to him. He's stout enough. He's really nice up through his front end, and just a little truer structurally than the calf next. The calf next, you love how much hair he's got, the presence through his front end. He's got that herd bull look to him. He's got some bone and some substance. Maybe just needs to give him a little looser mate all over the place. He maybe bigger, a little more rib, a little more flank, and just change kind of how he gets out and goes on his hind end. But I think both these bulls have really good pieces to them that can improve any program. And I think a pair of bulls that are very strong, and you both should be very proud of. It was a tough pair to sort through, but we just go with the truer bull to win the class today.
So leading off our class and becoming our junior champion bull is entry number 34, Cottonwood Profound 400M, shown by Dylan Fry. And reserve junior champion bull goes to entry number 33, Flat Lake Marvin 154M, shown by Devin Whitney. And once again, we'd like to thank 6 Mile Ranch for sponsoring this division. So we will now be moving into our overall Grand Champion Bull class in our junior show, and we would like to thank Moving On Farms for sponsoring this division. So our Champion Bull cap is entry number 23, SMW Jedediah 73N shown by Sage Buchanan, and our reserve is entry number 29, Pine Island Rainfall 5N shown by JL Allen. Our yearling Champion Bull is entry number 34, Cottonwood Profound 400M, shown by Dylan Fry, and our reserve is entry number 33, Flat Lake Marvin 154M, shown by Devin Whitney. And once again, thank you to Moving On Farms for sponsoring this division. And juniors, at the conclusion of this class, we'd like you all to return to the ring so that we can announce our winners of our showmanship and get that out of the way, and then we can do our judging cards. So all juniors, hopefully you can hear me, and you show up back here at the ring right away. We'll have some comments on the bulls.
So I guess this is the wrap-up for today. Last time I get to talk, so just like to thank the Saskatchewan Junior Angus Board for inviting us. Our kids have took part in this show for many years. I know what it takes to put it on, and Thanks to all the kids that work on this, and Belinda as well, and all the volunteers and the sponsors, because it's important to get, it's not a real big show, but it's important to get these kids out here to get the experience. They appreciate it, and certainly thank your parents for bringing you guys out here and taking you down the road. Thank the sponsors, because without them this wouldn't happen. In this bull championship class, I think we got bulls that really complement themselves. The bull calf champion, you really like how that herd bull presence he's got to the front end. He's really soft made and structurally correct. Into the calf that complements him fairly well as well, just maybe not quite as much power and presence as the champion. Into our yearling bulls, we've got a bull that's he worked this year. He's not quite as hairy as the other guys, but he's certainly got lots of masculinity, stoutness. I really like the rib shape and the body shape to this guy. I think he should make some females that you're just going to drool over someday. So I'm really impressed with him. And then in the calf as well, different type of a bull, but a very complete bull in his own right, and he's got some cool parts to him. So with that, I guess we'll go out and I'll slap a champion reserve, and we can move on. And yeah, I'll show up for judging and everything. It's all fun to comb hair, but knowing a good one from a bad one is really important. So I encourage all the kids to get involved in the judging, and that's going to be the part you take forward into your breeding career.
Thank you, Kirk. And at this time, let's put our hands together for Kirk for the job he's done for our juniors today. So our grand champion goes to our junior champion bull, entry number 34. Cottonwood Profound 400M, shown by Dylan Fry. And our reserve goes to our bull calf champion, entry number 23, SMW Jedediah 73N, shown by Sage Buchanan. Okay, juniors, if we could have you now make your way back to the ring as quick as you can. We will announce our showmanship winners, and we will be able to do our judging cards. And once again, thanks for all our volunteers and helpers today. Tanner Lowe, our Saskatchewan Junior Angus president, was out helping move cattle around in the ring. And Thomas Wildman and Brendan Schechtel, they were marshalling out back. We really appreciate that. And of course, Belinda Wagner, who puts hours and years actually into this junior program. And without her, it just wouldn't be the same deal. So thanks, Belinda, and everyone else involved. And thank you to all our sponsors. Kirk would like me to say, go Jays. And I concur.
Okay, anyone in the judging competition, can you please make your way into the ring and get a judging card on your way in? Okay, so starting with the red one will be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, so the black one's 4th.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tyra Schneider, and Belinda asked me to judge the showmanship this afternoon, so I was in the stands watching while you guys exhibited throughout the day, and everyone did a whale of a job. I'd like to thank the Saskatchewan Junior Angus Association for asking me to judge this afternoon. I was a part of this board for many years. I showed in this junior show a lot, and I helped Belinda. And it was a very fun experience and time for me. And I'm very excited for my kids to be old enough to start participating in this program. Very well job done to everybody today. All of you are great show people, and you should all be really proud of the job you did today. A few things that I'd like to mention that just are sticklers to me in showmanship is attire. So just make sure that you're looking the part, you got your animal ready. They should be looking as well as you want them to be. One thing I like to say is to wear boots, no laces in the ring, and I suggest a show harness and not a show clip. Always be aware of where you are in the ring. Try not to get yourself in a hole or bury somebody else, and if you do get in a hole, just be aware of that and get yourself back out so it's easy for the judge to examine your animal. Be aware of your animal at all times as well, so just make sure that they're looking how you want them to be so that it's easier for the judge. And then just be aware of the judge and where you are in the ring. But overall, a very, very good job done to everybody today. With that, I think I get to announce the winners of the afternoon. So for our junior division, in first place we had Logan Mathon. Sorry if I get your guys' names wrong. In second, we had Tuffy Allen. In intermediate, we had first place Lee Sholigan. And in second, Sage Buchanan. And then for the senior division, first place was Delta Hippie, and second was Tessa Zorb. So congratulations to everybody, and an awesome job to everybody. Thank you.
When you guys are done your cards, make sure you hand them to Belinda, and if you haven't yet, sign up for grooming.